Uh-oh, your daddy-o's.
Daddy.
I'm fucking stupid. I'm stupid. Leave me alone. I like being stupid. It's fine.
Legit looks like spaghetti laser. Oh my goodness.
It's fucking stupid. See this? This is fun. I'm having fun. Who knew?
Every boss instantly dies.
Here, hold on. We can fix this.
No problem.
Yo, this wasn't my fault. This guy. What's up, this guy? I can actually win in a DPS race. So get fucked.
That was fun.
Hello, and here we are again. Some more speedrunner moderation shit. Okay, so first things first, I need to put this on time and frames. We're moving at too many at a time. Okay, so this run starts when you name your I don't want to say file. I don't know. There's a point where you like name your first car, you hit OK, and the moment that you hit OK, so this would be the first frame where the run is officially started, right? Right now, what? Oh wow. Oh, I guess we're looking at my run real quick. So, the run is officially over at this exact moment. Okay, so anyway. Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, so that's where we start, right? So this is mostly like full-on black frame removal, and unfortunately this video quality is gonna have some incidents. Like right now, I'm pretty sure that the game is done fading completely to black, but we've got like ghostly imagery from the previous frame. In order to remain fair, like typically when doing things this way, I have to make all determinations have to be against the player in order to remain fair. And the reason for that is because if it's not that way, it encourages technical difficulties. So what was this time? So this is going to be the RTA adjusted. Oh, whoops, that's not correct. I wrote that wrong. There we go. Anyway, so... yeah, anyways, at this point we have to work on the load list. So what I'm going to do in this case is I have to add a single extra frame when there is, like, ghostly, like, frame junk. We'll just call it frame junk. Let's go back to having this in time format, time and frames. This is how I make sure that I'm moving at one frame at a time. So this is all to make sure that I am removing, like, all of the loading frames in this case would be all frames that explicitly say now loading, and all frames that are simply a blank screen. So far we have over half of it is loads so far. Oh, whoops, I should probably change this. So honestly, the worst part about doing these loadless edits on this game in particular is literally this. The licenses are a pain in the ass. But, like, once... You know what, actually, hold on. Hold off on that. Because this is the worst part on the current actual optimal route, and that's because once you get out of the licenses, there's really not much left. Funny enough, like, the licenses are most of the segments in the game. Because there's 30 license segments, and then after that there's what, 4 races, and then 6, 6, and 6. So yeah, there's 30 license segments and then 22 races. Anyway, so doing these loadless edits allows us to address the fact that loads between consoles is different, loads between different discs is different, loads between different loading methods is different, and it's worth noting that even if you are playing the same game on the same console with the same disc, there's no guarantee that your loads are going to be the same as they were the last time that you did it. There are always variances, and that tends to be the way that pretty much every game behaves to some extent. Like every game that I've ever done this with, there has been some variances that are not typically noticed under normal circumstances. So this person, when I messaged them saying that I was going to be doing this today, apologized for having a crap capture card, and I'm seeing some like pixel junk right here. Like if you watch, like it's almost like you're seeing capture code. But honestly, this is pretty decent. Even if it is a cheap capture device. I have definitely heard legend of like ridiculously cheap, like $20 USB nameless capture devices that are considerably better than they have any right to be. Like little USB to HDMI thingies. Like the Dazzle I hear, like I couldn't get it to operate the way I wanted it to when I got one. But I know of some people that got the Dazzle to work very, very well. Which is surprising because, let's be real, it is a cheap little piece of shit. Okay, so that's the first 5 segments. Also, apologies about any noise that might be audible on the stream from the outside. I have the window behind these blinds directly behind me. It's open for, you know, temperature purposes. Normally I just have the AC on instead, which is definitely audible on stream, but nobody's really complained about that, which is interesting. Because I'm not gonna lie, when I'm watching streams I notice that kind of stuff. If I'm totally honest, I'm not sure that I would watch my own content. I'm too picky for that shit. That's a bit sloppy, but interesting. So one thing that's actually really important to keep in mind and do consistently in this early section of the game when you're just doing the licenses, right, is that the game actually, like certain things unlock after you've traveled a certain distance while driving. And it is actually quite important to, once you've completed the track, it's important that you continue to drive so that you continue to accumulate distance. So, like, it's worth noting that in this game you accumulate distance at any time that you're driving, and that includes the licenses. That includes, like, if you start a race and you let's say that you're not doing so hot and you restart that race because you're pretty sure you're going to lose. Well, even if you restart the race, or if you bail on the race entirely, you've still driven a distance. And the game actually deposits all of that into the record. And that includes any time spent driving after the race is over, because it allows you to keep moving forward. But all of the time that you spend moving, all of that time counts. And as far as distance is concerned. So like, you'd finish this track, right? And then you would just keep driving. You should just keep going forward. You shouldn't hit the brake. You shouldn't, you know, spin around like you typically would in other racing games just to feck around because the race is over. You don't want to do all that. You want to continue driving forward and gaining distance. Now, if the route that you're using is not quite as really tight as my route is, that might not be nearly as important. By the way, turning right there didn't help at all. If you're holding the brakes while turning, then the fact that you're turning actually takes away from your braking force because of angular momentum. The same thing is true with acceleration. I've got a good friend that describes the relationship between acceleration, braking, and turning as the Holy Trinity, where doing one takes away from the other in all instances. It's an interesting concept. So in these license tracks, you really shouldn't do that. In these license tracks, this Jeep is a four-wheel drive, and four-wheel drive just is awful. It's patently terrible. It's like driving a brick with no wheels on it. It has like the least possible cornering ability. I will say though that if like there's four layouts if memory serves. There's front wheel drive, which I believe is labeled the FF layout. There's rear wheel drive, which I believe is RD or something. There's four wheel drive, which I believe is 4W, and then there's middle rear wheel drive, which is where the engine is in the center of the vehicle and the power is dispersed evenly between all the tires. I'm not a car guy, so I'm probably a little bit fecked on some of this, but I can tell you that front drive and rear drive, like, I honestly can't tell the difference between them in terms of performance in this game. When it comes to four-wheel drive, like I just said, it's like it's got so little controllability that it honestly you shouldn't use it ever. Like the license forces it on you, but once you get out of the licenses, this shit is terrible. Yo, what's up, KX? How's it going? Somebody submitted a new run to one of my speed games. So, and that came out of nowhere, so that's interesting. So this game is called Choro Q HG in Japan. It's called Gadget Racers in the US, and it's called Penny Racers in Europe. Why does it have so many names? I don't know. It's even trickier because, like, Penny Racers is a completely different game here, and Gadget Racers is a completely different game in Europe. It's a total pain in the ass to try to keep these games straight when it comes to, like, their English-based names. So, longtime fans of this series typically just call them by their Japanese names. because the Japanese names are consistent. Yeah, what's up, Ashen still? How are y'all doing today? But yeah, of all the games that I speedrun and take seriously, you wouldn't think that this would be one of them, because it's like a goofy little chibi cute car racing game where the physics are not at all realistic, and honestly it's kind of dumb and childish, but the game has like a weird, unique kind of charm to it, and it's pretty comfy. I'm doing alright. I'm doing pretty good. It was my birthday recently, so my partner and I are going to go to a celebratory meal in a couple of days with a very close lady friend. What is this? This Choro Q HG or Gadget Racers or Penny Racers. It's one of those, I promise. Anyways, this is a run that somebody submitted to the leaderboard yesterday. Apologies for all the noise outside. The window is open because otherwise it's fucking way too hot in this room. But yeah, so somebody submitted a run, and when I get a run submission, I do these speedrun moderation transparency streams, because in order to finalize a time for the leaderboard, I manually remove all of the loads from the submission to make sure that the timing is fair. And the reason for that is because some people will play PS2 games off of like a USB loader or a hard drive, or like the PAL version loads differently, the Japanese version loads differently. So loads are just inherently not fair in like the disc era of video games. And like, even if it's the same PS2 with the same disc under the same conditions, the loads are not going to be exactly the same. In fact, I did a load removal project for another speedrun community trauma center. And that was requested by Leo Kaijin, or Kadrin? I have forgotten to ask him how I say his name. Either way, and like consistently one of the players was found to have much worse loads than the other players. So loadlessly, that person was pretty much in every single instance was a better place on the leaderboard than how they are with loads. Oh, well, see, like, at the end of it, we go by this timer. So it's the run here starts on the very first frame that the run would actually be, active, so this would be the exact moment that the timer would start. So that would be frame 0. And then going towards the end, this is the exact moment that the timer would be end. The moment that 18,000 G is deposited into your money, that right there is the moment that the run is over. So right now, I'm removing completely black frames and any frame that explicitly says now loading. Some games, it takes a very long time to do this process with. This one, Not so much. Because, like, once you get out of the licenses phase, which is where we are right now, for the most part, you're just dealing with, like, shopping and races. And, like, it's whole races, you know? It doesn't really require all that much. God Hand takes a little while, though, like 45 minutes to an hour per run. So while it kind of sucks that God Hand isn't super active, at the same time it's kind of a good thing, because man, it would suck to have to do a shitload of these. Oh, this is PlayStation 2 exclusive. This game is literally not available on anything that isn't the PS2. And it's worth noting that I speedrun a number of games that have that condition, like God Hand, obviously. I mean, technically that's available on the PS3, but let's be real, so few people are aware of that. And I don't even know if that's true in other regions. I just know that, like, if I were to boot up my PS3 and get into the store right now, I could purchase God Hand on my PS3. Having said that, I already own it that way, but that's not the point. But I don't know, like, if you're in Europe, or if you're in Indonesia, if you're in Mexico, Canada, like, if you're not in this region, I don't know if you still can, or if you ever could. No, yeah, the PlayStation 2 emulator is a dumpster fire. It is a bad thing that doesn't play games accurately at all. And honestly, unless the settings are near perfect, this game freaks the fuck out on emulator. In fact, like, if you know about the PS3s that actually had, like, proper backwards compatibility, the PS3 couldn't play this game at all. It just bugged way the fuck out, like, so hard. It would lag like a son of a bitch, the physics were all wrong. All kinds of weird things happened on the PS3 trying to play this. You've gotten better at the high sidekick spam? Nice. And yo, thanks for the kind words. I try. I try to be informative, but at the same time, I always get this weird feeling that even though there's really no other point to having a microphone, sometimes I feel like I talk too much. Now loading. I had noticed, though, that my last stream, so the last stream before this one, right? I was streaming some speedrun attempts on Blood Rain 2, and absolutely nobody watched that shit. Yo, what up, Phoenix? How are you, bro? It's been a little bit. But I don't blame people for not wanting to watch my Blood Rain 2 attempts, mostly because I spend almost the entire stream complaining. Because as much as I enjoy that run, I also don't enjoy that run. Because it's very hard to get a run out of the first stage. And repeating the first stage over and over is very, very, very anti-fun. It's better than what you were seeing. Like, in what way? If you're talking about God Hand gameplay, yeah, that's fair. I'm not sure that, like, aside from, like, 2 people, I'm not sure that I've ever seen, like, really good God Hand gameplay live. Yeah, dude, I mean, a lot of speedruns are that way, but, in Blood Rain 2, there's this trick, like, right at the beginning, at the end of the first segment, where basically you jump against this flag that's hanging off of the wall in just such a way that the flag's physics kind of create multiple platforms up against the wall. And when the game has multiple different, like, platforms in one spot that it could theoretically put you on, it instead doesn't choose one and launches you into the air instead. So at the end of that segment, you're trying to do what's called flag launch, and even though that trick is actually really, really, really easy to do, here lately, I'm a dumb person, and I can't do it consistently. So I'll get to that spot, fuck up the flag jump, and restart. Get to that spot, fuck up the flag launch, and restart, and it's very, very, very annoying. And the room right after that just typically just decides not to act the way it's supposed to. So it's just a pain in the ass. Whole stream? Yo, nice. I'm legitimately glad that more people are saying that my stream in general is entertaining, because believe it or not, I've been streaming for over 10 years on Twitch. Over 10 years! And, like, yeah, I've got, what is it, like 1,400 followers now? Almost nobody ever actually shows up. So you've got this, like, big number of quote-unquote followers, and it doesn't mean anything. What other things am I interested to do on stream? I mean, there's a lot of casual gameplay that I do. There was, for a good long while, I was doing backlog streams, where, like, okay, I own a whole lot of games, particularly on Steam because of, like, Humble Bundle, or on PC through itch.io, or, like, I've got a lot of PlayStation 2 games that I own but have never played. And so we were doing backlog streams there for a while before we started, before my partner and I started moving all over the goddamn country. I forgot what I was saying. Right, backlog streams. Those are a lot of fun, where I would, like, just do, like, a sampling of a whole bunch of different games in one sitting. See, here's the thing still. I've never really had all that much viewership. Like, even at my peak. When I first started, I only streamed God Hand because I figured the internet would be brutal and just tell me how much I suck at everything. So, because of that, at first I would only stream God Hand because I was like, okay, well, this is one game that if anyone tries to tell me I suck at this, they're just talking shit. And it was a ride? Yeah, buddy. I was working on that for so damn long. But, like, after a while, you get to the point where it's like, okay, I love God Hand. I love that game to death. It's my favorite game of all time. But let's be real. You can't just play the same game forever. It doesn't matter how much you love that. You're gonna have to have some variety eventually. So I started streaming The Binding of Isaac, and, like, the original, the Flash-based one. And, I was typically streaming that late at night, when I was trying to, like, you know, when I was trying to start nodding off for bed and whatnot. And, because that was super late, I got to the point to where most of my followership was people that were looking for The Binding of Isaac streams, and because it was, like, at 2 and 3 in the morning my time, I was, like, most of my followership was from a different country. Mostly people in Europe. Yeah, speedruns is a great place to find strategies. Like, for the most part, surviving True Elvis is all about reacting fast enough to get away from his, like that quick overhand that he does. That 1-2. That shit is so fast. Like, everything else he does is a reasonable speed, and then he has that 1-2 hit combo that's just obnoxiously fast. Like, once you get used to reacting to that, he's not all that hard. But that one move, it's just so nasty. On top of being stupidly fast, it hurts. Dude, it hurts a bunch. Oh, you discovered Kick Me Sign because of speedruns? Oh, well then because of me, because literally no one else actually speedruns Kick Me Sign. But yeah, nice, nice. It's a damn shame too, because like, I'm honestly surprised, as much of like a cult following as God Hand has, that no one else in my country has ever really taken it seriously. And it looks like, right now it looks like people in Portugal and Indonesia in particular, like there's a whole lot of just like a lot of sudden interest in the game in general, and I'm hoping that somebody will really take it seriously. Unfortunately, I live in the US. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. But yeah, like, the only other person in the US that is known for God Hand content is Mike Cobb, and Mike Cobb's footage is not real. It's save state and video editing. I've seen the guy play live, and it's not pretty. But, like, Skilo is actually pretty good, and he's from... I'm pretty sure he's from Brazil. He's Portuguese, but that only narrows it down to a couple of locations. And then there's Frofro. Frofro's pretty good. He's also based in the US, but, like, his life is very busy, so he doesn't really have a lot of time to, like, really focus on it and get, like, long-term good at it. Yo, wow. These loads are pretty rough. How long was that? It took over a second for this to load the shop. My loads right here, it's like 2 or 3 frames. Wait, what? Hold on. But yeah, man, streaming... you know, it's kind of surprising that I didn't lose interest in all that time, given that my Twitch channel never grew. But the funny thing is that pretty much as soon as I started dual streaming to YouTube, suddenly there was plenty of people watching me. You know, I'm not sure. I'm always on the lookout for new speed games, but it's really hard to find a game that I like at all. I'll be honest, I'm really picky. And one of the problems that I have is that I often like games that aren't particularly good for speedrunning. Like, I really enjoy a PlayStation 2 game called Castlevania Curse of Darkness. It's a very fun game to play, but the speedrun is just... like, you run past all the enemies, and then you fight a boss, and then you run past all the enemies, and then you fight a boss. Like, it's not like in God Hand where you run past some of the enemies, and then you have to fight a decent number of them, and then eventually fight bosses. Like, in Curse of Darkness, you spend almost the entire time running past enemies. The US. I am unfortunately an American. Yeah, the Osiris Wrath run is, thankfully, it's under 2 hours at this point, and it's a lot faster on the Series X, but But yeah, it's pretty lengthy for sure. That is a genuinely amazing game that I highly recommend to everybody. South American. Fair enough. Were we talking about Brazil? So I've noticed that's where most of the God Hand attention is coming from right now, is Brazil and Indonesia. With a little bit of India on the side. It's almost like I knew. Like, let me show you something that, like, is both, it's interesting to me, but it's also a little frustrating. So hold on. Okay, so let's bring up my YouTube studio, right? Okay, so it's probably not hard to figure out that this is my most popular video. Of course it would be. It's hard new game kick me sign. It's where all the craziest shit is gonna happen. But, like, audience. Okay. So, absolute sausage fest. 100%. Indonesia, India, Brazil. I'm surprised that India has surpassed Brazil in viewing this, but whatever. Iraq is interesting. Hadn't thought of that. But, okay, so, like, all of the demographics that have watched this age-wise are 18 to 34 years. All of them. The reason I find that interesting is that I am this demographic. I'm fucking old. Why is Indonesia so high? I don't know. I honestly don't. It blows my mind, but, like, it's also interesting when I get these, like, so, okay, so you see these weird peaks right here that's a complete outlier to everything else on this graph? So, I know exactly what happened here. Somebody, and I know who, but I'm not gonna name names, somebody actually tried to shit-talk my run on a forum, and all of a sudden a whole lot of people were watching, and like, the whole idea was to, like, try to ignite a hate train against my content. And ironically, I only ended up with, like, I don't know, 40 more likes and, like, maybe 7 dislikes out of this whole shit. It was kind of funny. I thought it was funny because I know that the post exists, and then and then it mostly just got me good attention. Anyway, I'm still interested about this shit right here, because, like, I don't know, it just jumped out of nowhere. It's really popular in Indonesia. See, I figured that the name would sound blasphemous in, like, India and Indonesia, but I guess that shows that, you know, my stupid American ass, I don't know anything about other cultures, so... Oh, you know what, let me specify. My stupid United States living ass. They don't, like, my country doesn't teach us anything about other parts of the world. Like, for instance, I know very little about Brazil. Really? That's super interesting to me. I just, like, I don't know, I guess I spent so much time playing God Hand with literally no one else really showing interest. And then, like, you know, here more recently, suddenly Brazil and Indonesia in particular just started popping off, and then India showed up to the party, and it's interesting because it seems like it's out of nowhere. I mean, I'll take it because I want the game to be popular and get more attention, and you know, I want it to get all the love that it deserves. It's just interesting because I didn't expect it. Yeah, I'm not I don't know, man. I don't know. Well, I mean, the same demographics looking at God Hand content on Twitch, so it's not something specific to YouTube about showing it to people in India. So I don't know. I don't know enough to say anything specific about it aside from those are the big three. Interesting. Really? So Ash, you're from India, huh? And dude, like I never knew. That's super interesting. By the way, I don't understand this person's route at all. But their description said that this was a mostly blind run. That they had, like, I'm presuming that they'd played the game before and were, like, familiar with it from their childhood. And then they just sort of did a run based on what they already knew. I am very curious to see what loadout they end up with before they do the final GP. Because I see in the splits they do the driving test, that's obvious. The licenses are always first. Grinding 1 is unavoidable. You need parts to do the first Grand Prix. But in the optimal route, you go from the first Grand Prix to the second to the third with nothing else in between. You know, I wish either of those players made legitimate content. I really wish that they did. You know, okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and admit this, right? So, at a certain point in time, the God Hand leaderboard was getting lots of submissions. Like, lots of junk submissions. Lots of, like, modded submissions that use the widescreen patch, which isn't allowed. And this was back when the emulator was allowed. But, like, modifying the game in any way isn't allowed. I was getting, like, constant, like, cheated submissions and, like, video edited submissions and tool assist submissions and segmented submissions. So I'm just gonna be 100% real here. For a little while, I was starting to think of Indonesia as the land of cheating at God Hand. Because I was getting a lot of submissions from that part of the world that were just, like, not valid submissions. And it was extremely upsetting. That's actually part of the reason that, like, I went ahead and took the step of, like, just saying that emulator's not allowed anymore. Because it's a lot more effort intensive to put together faked footage of God Hand on an actual console. Now, obviously, Indonesia is not the land of cheating at God Hand. It's just it started to seem that way because of all of the rubbish submissions. I'm sure that there's plenty of legitimate players out there. I just wish I would see more of them. Yo, that's a really great compliment. Thank you. By the way, if at any point you're wondering what song you're hearing, the game that it's from and the title of the song is always at the bottom. So this character select screen was actually really fun and creative because, like, based on whatever character you're pointing at the time, the music would change, like, what instruments are being played. I know what's funny about HymXD is that, like, I was literally in the middle of explaining to somebody, like, things that I had noticed in the Heim's videos, that made it really clear that Heim's videos were not actual gameplay. And Heim showed up in the middle of that and had, seemed like they didn't realize I was talking about their videos. That felt a little awkward, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't know why, because, like, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable just telling them directly, like, yes, I can tell that it's not real. Maybe it was just because I didn't expect it. Back to the shop. Okay, what are we getting now? No, there's... Yeah, there's a lingering frame there. What, Heim's Let's Play? There's this other person that's been talking to me about, or I say talking to me, sort of like talking at me, about, like, God Hand stuff. In fact, KX, I think you were here last time, when they were asking if, like, a certain glitch was allowed. A 48-hour speedrun? You mean a speedrun that's long enough to take 48 hours? The first thing that comes to mind is Baitin Kaitos. Because the 100% category on that is like 188 hours or something. There's also, like, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories 100% back in the day used to take that kind of time. So did the, Breath of the Wild 100% used to take that kind of time too. Breath of the Wild 100% is like under a day, and like yeah, Baten Kaitos takes like almost 200 hours, but it's because like one of the things I say this, I've been told this. I have not watched the run, but supposedly at some point during the game you receive an egg. And in order for the egg to fully mature, it requires 2 weeks of actual in-game time in order for the egg to fully mature and produce whatever the egg is going to produce. So a lot of the run is literally just waiting for that clock. And no, I have not done any runs that long. Yeah, KX, that guy, yeah. No, you just have to wait for 2 weeks of in-game time to pass. Like, you have to wait for 2 actual weeks of time with the game just sitting there running. I mean, like, presumably what would happen in normal gameplay, right, is that you would, because it's an RPG, presumably under normal gameplay circumstances you would receive this item and you'd still be playing the game for that long because there's a lot of stuff to do in it if you're not a speedrunner. But, bruh. I thought it would be a useless item. From what I understand, it still is. Even after it matures, it really doesn't give you anything all that exciting. Supposedly. Like I said, I've only been told these details. I'm not gonna watch, like, that long of a thing to find out myself. That's too much for me. Yeah. I already have a dubious history with that person. I haven't seen any, like, faked footage from them, so I don't know if they're gonna be that type of player, but, I frequently get, like, requests for the emulator to be legal on the leaderboard, which is bothersome because the people that are asking for that don't understand how poorly constructed the emulator is. And when I explained that it's poorly constructed, I got a post from someone else that was a fan of that person, who basically just slung insults at me and told me that I don't know shit about the emulator. So that was interesting. Where'd the name come from? Originally it was an anagram of my real name, but now it's been truncated a lot because no one was able to pronounce that name. Which was, by the way, Zana So Yitna Fenka. But yeah, Zana G, honestly, the G wouldn't be there if Twitch would finally fucking prune the Zana account. But there's an account that's just named Zana, which is the account I would like to have, that has been dead for years. But even though they claim to prune accounts that haven't logged in over a year, they don't do that. One of the yeah, you know, Remnant 2 has been popping up a lot, and I haven't really been able to give it a good solid look. Well, I'm never gonna apply for Twitch Partner, or affiliate for that matter, mostly because, like, when you're an affiliate or a partner, they put ads on your stream, and I don't want you guys to have to deal with that. We're like in the middle of having a conversation, right? I hate it when I'm actively talking to the streamer, and then all of a sudden I get like a 6-minute ad block. Like, well, the hell with whatever we were about to talk about. See, you can only temporarily disable them by playing an ad block intentionally. And I would rather you guys just didn't have to deal with an ad block in general. Like, I am perfectly happy not making money with my Twitch channel and just letting you guys, like, just get right to the stream. And I've got kind of the same thing going on with YouTube as well. I would rather my YouTube channel just be, like, no ads, just straight to the good stuff. I don't need to make pennies and put y'all through that mess. I don't like the idea of it. Here lately, like, when I run into streamers on Twitch that aren't affiliate or partner, I'm, like, super happy about it because I don't get that big interruption. Well, I've just been calling you KX. I hope that that's been okay. If you've got something else that you would prefer I call you, then lay it on me and we will start calling you by that. I understand. I understand picking a username that people can't say. I've certainly been through that before. You know what's funny? A long time ago, I ran into a streamer that was casually playing God Hand. Like, it was his first time ever, so he wasn't very good at it, but I got into a Skype call with him and his friends, and in the call, I was introduced to John, and Brian. And one of the Johns was the guy currently playing God Hand. So I told him that as of that moment, his new nickname was Miles. What's up, Miles? How you doing? He thought that was funny, and I've been calling him Miles ever since. And you know what's interesting is that, like, all of the people that follow his stream these days, I don't think any of them have any idea why the fuck I keep calling him Miles. I'm pretty sure it's totally lost on them. And Brian, yeah, John, and Brian. Ironically, the John army no longer talks to Brian. I don't know what happened. The downfall of Brian. Kaze. I could definitely call... Yeah. I'm familiar with that term. Oh, I see. Yeah, I could call you Kaze. What's up, Kaze? Look, anybody that's watched Naruto should know what Kaze means. You know, I really need to stop being lazy about the project, because I think I've told some of you before that I want to do a video series on YouTube, talking about like fake YouTube or fake God Hand footage on YouTube, and I was gonna call it Fraud Hand. Hey Lotus, how are you? Hope that you're doing well. I've been missing your streams because I keep, like, feeling, like, crappy during the day. So I've been, like, falling asleep, like, between, like, 1:30 and 2 p.m. and then sleeping until, like, 6:30 and 7 p.m. What? Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm fine. Things have actually been going pretty good, aside from falling asleep during the middle of the day a bunch. That does mean less God Hand content, it's true. Well, you know, like, once I get done with the Blood Rain 2 speedrun attempts, because I want to get that sub 120, and once I do that, we're going to be gunning down as many God Hand categories as I possibly can. At that point, there's going to be an awful lot of God Hand content. If I can help it. Man, yeah, this front wheel drive layout, it's weird because like until this person submitted this run, it had been a while since I'd seen how bad front wheel drive handling is. So it's super easy to forget how little control you have of the vehicle with that layout. Yeah, I'm aware of the Ks. There's a similar thing in like the Far East Asia communities where LOL is W. Yeah, just avoid saying 3Ks. So that I don't so that you don't have to explain it to others. 4Ks is good, 5 is good, 2 is good. Avoid the 3. Yeah, dude, like, back in the day when, you know, when Blizzard wasn't committing horrible atrocities and I was actually into, like, StarCraft, right? I would stay up until, like, 4 in the morning to watch Professional StarCraft League. And, it was interesting when, like, you would just be watching, like, an actual battle go on. And then when one of the players would make a random stupid mistake, and then in the chat you would just see a single W. Like, just in case you didn't know it, that player just fucked up. Single W. Those were the days, man. I miss watching July's gameplay because July wasn't like the best of the best. He had a really good run there for a little while, but a lot of what propelled July to being like such a notable player was just the fact that he was so unpredictable. He was that kind of guy that would win because you'd think, no, you wouldn't do that. That's crazy. Only a fool would do that. No, yeah, he did it. 20 Ks? Oh man, that's a lot of Ks. You know what's funny, man, that was K overload. In the last stream, I remember, like, not the last stream, but the stream before that when we were playing God Hand, right? I remember mentioning that, like, acting like you're a total badass at God Hand isn't going to get you a good job and it's not going to get you laid. And I think somebody said something along the lines of, like, no one expects a gamer to have a woman, lol. And I couldn't help but think about the fact that, like, I've been in a long-term relationship for, like, it was you, it's fine. I've been in a long-term relationship for 6 years, and we actually have a special lady friend that lives next door that we, you know, do stuff with. It's pretty great. Yeah, y'all didn't know Lotus is my girl. What's up? Kidding. I mean, shit, I'm down if you are. It's not that hard to travel. You know, I've looked into it, and there doesn't appear to be a way to make it not do that stupid 100 messages thing. I really need another way to handle chat, because this one sucks. You showed your face! Man! Hold on, is the VOD still there? I'm gonna fucking check this shit out. Yo, here's this fucking cutie. Damn! Damn! Yo, that's you cute as hell. What the fuck? No, VODs don't stay for 2 months anymore. I think now it's 2 weeks, but like, I don't know, Twitch keeps on changing its policies regarding that. Shit. Real talk, I don't think that there's a whole lot of things that you could do to appear less cute. Well, it's official. It's canon now. But my partner is Vivi Andromeda, and she's white, and so is our special lady friend. It's not intentional, it's just how it turned out. You're not as good of a streamer. You may not be as good of a player as I am, but you're definitely a good streamer. Don't sell yourself short. I'm honestly kind of surprised that you don't have like a joystick.tv account. Have you looked at joystick.tv? I figure that kind of thing would be like right up your alley. Yo, what's up, Rui? Welcome to the show. Yeah, I'll be honest, at this point in the run, I have no idea what you're doing. But I mean, you did say that this was a blind run, yeah? So I'm presuming that what this is that it's like you're familiar with this game from your childhood, and then you decided to boot it up randomly and you just did a run based on what you remember, yeah? Wait, I recognize this. What is this? Hold on. Whose emotes are these? Oh, okay, no, I do not recognize that name. Never mind. I mean, I'll follow you over there if you make an account there. Shit. Like, it's really surprising. So for those of you that don't know, joystick.tv is like a video game streaming platform that is of the not safe for work variety, where you can just like stream butt naked, right? But like, it's really interesting. You'd think that that kind of streaming platform that you'd catch like a lot of creepers just like focusing entirely on that aspect, but there's a lot of people that just like sit there and have just like normal conversations. It's actually kind of really encouraging. Having said that, I pretty much never see anything on that site that's worth looking at. But I check it every so often because it's just such a weird idea. Exactly that? Nice, nice. No, yeah, it's a very comfy run. Have I ever heard of strip chat? Maybe? I mean, I want to say that it sounds familiar, but it could just be that, like, I've heard of something similar before. That maybe sounded like a yes to you. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that it's the same thing. I mean, I could always, like, just get down with doing the same kind of thing on, like, a Discord call. There's no need for a fancy service, you know what I mean? But yeah, Rui, this is how, like, all of the load removal works. It's all about removing all of the solid black frames and any frame that actually says now loading. I mean, if you ever want to just casually hang out in Discord sometime, let me know. Or you could always join my Discord server. We do a lot of, like, watch parties in there where we'll just, like, chill together and watch shit like Forged in Fire or, like, Chopped. You ever watch Chopped? Chopped is a good cooking show. It's like Iron Chef, but harder. I'll shoot you an invite in the near future. Yeah. No, yeah, you've definitely got a lot to learn, but I mean, like, the interesting thing is just having a starting point. And plus, like, for anyone who's ever done a speedrun, right? Like, don't underestimate how fun the period of, like, when you're still no good at the run itself. It's actually a lot of fun. And I know that sounds counterintuitive, but when you first start speedrunning a game and you're still not particularly great at it, is the most fun you're gonna have with that speedrun. And it's because, like, the first run that you do is just objectively, it's gonna suck. Doesn't matter how good you are at the game, objectively your first run is gonna be bad. But the reason that it's fun is because every time that you touch it again, you're guaranteed to make some gains. Because you learned something in that last run, and then you get to apply it, and then you get to save time, and then you learn something during that run, and then you get to apply it, and then you get to save time. And, like, that first, like, era of your new speed game is always so much better than afterwards, when you've already set a decent time that you actually have to, like, work at beating. That's a completely different point in the run. Yeah, for sure, dude, because, like, that, for me, the first run isn't as fun as the second one. Because that second run, after you've learned some things, and then you get to see those, like, whole-ass minutes just start falling off of your time. Like, for instance, once you learn the route on this, you're gonna see giant gains. And I've been... Oh, sorry about that. I've been trying to get Vlad to return to this. But unfortunately, that guy is just stuck in the Spyro realm, I guess. Which is interesting because he kind of seems like he hates that run. It's like he'll get to, I don't know, some trick, fail it repeatedly and reset over and over. And you just left that realm? Bruh. It seems like a pretty shitty realm. Like, Spyro seems like one of those runs that's just like what we were just now talking about, is like, it's fun up until you actually have a decent time to beat. And then it just stops being fun. So he'll get to some point in the game where you have to, like, rub your face on a wall and take damage at the same time, so you launch up the side of it, and it just won't for some reason. Spyro is not my jam. I think he's been running the first one. I mean, you could always, like, find his stream from the Speedrun leaderboard listing for this game. By the way, thank you for actually being, like, submitting to the correct game, because I know that the naming convention that this series has is extremely wonky. So I don't know if anybody was here earlier when I explained this, but this game, this specific one, in Japan it's called Choro Q HG. Here in America, it's called Gadget Racers. In Europe, the PAL version is called Penny Racers. That is extremely confusing because here, Penny Racers is a completely different game on the Nintendo 64, and there, Gadget Racers is a completely different game also on the PS2. What they call Gadget Racers, here we call Road Trip. So yeah, total pain in the ass. Am I spectating this game? No, I'm cutting all of the loads out of it because I moderate the leaderboard for this on speedrun.com. Right, okay, so fun fact, the box art that the Twitch game selection forces on you right now is actually a GameCube game called Gadget Racers. It is not this game. Fun. Yeah, that's why the title for this is a speedrun moderation transparency stream. So like the leaderboards, in order to remain fair, we need to produce loadless times. Because loading is not consistent in the disc era of video games. And it's just the only way to keep the game actually fair for everyone. But there's another reason why loadless timing makes more sense than anything else for this game, and we're actually about to see the first example of that. Okay, so in this game, once you pass the finish line in the Grand Prix race, you have to wait for everything, like, you have to wait for second place, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. You have to wait for all the way up to sixth place to cross the finish line. Unfortunately, that's a bit random how the PCs are going to perform, so for the purpose of loadless timing, it makes more sense to just cut that up to this moment. So the moment that the player crosses the finish line, it jumps straight up to sixth place being done. And that saves a massive amount of time. Yeah, like, when I first started, like, running this game, there was a question about that, and, like, realistically, it doesn't make sense to include all that time, because if you did, then it doesn't encourage you to actually go fast. Like, think about it. Like, in the form of a speed run, it would literally mean that you could go slow and it doesn't matter. Why would you want that? Why would anybody want a speed run where you don't have to go fast? That's dumb. Also, this is like the only Choro Q game that I'm actually familiar with. But from what I understand, it's the only one that acts like that. Here, you know what? Hold on. Yo, Lotus, I just sent you an invite. Well, I mean, right now that is exactly what your thought process should be, because there's certain things about the game that you don't know yet. So I am, in fact, very curious to see how the hell you completed the final GP in this scenario. Because, like, I wouldn't have chosen this vehicle. Your part loadout is bizarre to me. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is that you got a run done, and that's impressive. It's like, the third GP is, like, such a rough thing to do. It's a very, very, very high reset point. And I've seen Vlad, like, get up to the third GP, get down to, like, the very last race, and then just not be able to pull it off. Hold on. I have to assign somebody a role so that they can actually use the Discord. Manage. I don't know how to do this on the phone. Here we go. Hooray! It's been done. Hooray! But yeah, I am very curious to see how it turned out. No, yeah, the third GP is an absolute disaster in the best of circumstances. I've been working on an all races category. And even in that, where like you're vastly over prepared for the third GP, and it still sucks. And like during the run, and like this is a source of confusion all the time. During the run, you're pretty much guaranteed to lose on snow and ice. And like it's possible to get first, but you're probably going to get fifth if it went well. And so a lot of the time I'll get like comments on the YouTube video of the run, like that just are about that run and that run only. And it's bizarre to me that like people will suggest, oh, you need to get this part or you need to get that part, and it's like, look, there's only so much money that gets got during this run, and if I buy a part specifically for that race, then I have to take money away from other things. Ooh, okay, yeah. So there's definitely a few things. So the Japanese version mostly has better physics. I don't think it's faster per se. It probably looks faster because I'm using the MR layout, and I just maintain like a higher level of handling across the run because of that. But the Japanese version, it does seem to me that handling of the vehicles in general is just a lot more like they just handle better. All right, still, I will remain. I'll still be here. By the way, if you haven't checked out String Player Gamer's YouTube channel yet, you definitely should. This dude knows how to make music. Okay. Smart not to do the pit stop on this track. There's really no need to. I really should work on the all races category again. Like, there's not even a run on the leaderboard for it or anything yet. And aside from that category lasting fucking forever, it's actually pretty fun. Yes, there are 4 weight classes in the game, and they are in variables of 10. So there's weight class 10, 20, 30, and 40. Weight class 40 has, like, a better top speed, but, like, really, really, really bad acceleration. And it doesn't have as much handling either. And the obvious example of that early game would be the bus. The vehicle you're using right now is weight class 20. And the ironically, the van that it allows you to select at the beginning of the game is weight class 10. Why? I don't know. Apparently the weight classes were published in like an official game guide for this that was released a million years ago and is completely impossible to find now. But through like performance testing, I've been able to confirm that yes, the weight classes do exist and yes, they have the purported effects. So like a weight class 20 vehicle is going to have a just slightly higher top speed. And by slightly, I mean it may not even constitute a whole kilometer per hour faster. It's like a fraction of a kilometer per hour. But when you're on long straightaways, that is a couple of, like, it can be a couple of seconds over time. It does help, but it takes away from your acceleration. So whether or not a 20 will do better than a 10 depends on what course you're talking about. I prefer to go with weight class 10. It has a higher acceleration and better handling. And since all of the races where your performance is more important are really based on being able to regain your speed quickly and maintain top speed as often as possible and make decent turns with a large amount of control, I'm all about that shit. In fact, the roughest thing about the third GP is usually the fact that you don't have a lot of acceleration to work with in comparison to like what those courses demand of you. I love the music in this stage, by the way. I mean, it's super generic, but it's still a bop. I really don't care that it's generic. Like, honestly, Asian City is so stereotypical that I would almost think that it's a little racist if this game wasn't entirely designed by Japanese people. So, I mean, if they want to make their city look as generic as possible, that's their business, right? Who am I to complain? Oh, I hate Steamway. Especially the long version, that oil slick area. So, the oil slick on Steamway is just like the rain slick area. And wait, what? I am not sure what in the hell just happened. But the rain slick area in New Jungle Long and the oil slick area are the same in the fact that they do not count as either on-road or off-road. So what it does instead is it does it like an average of your like it's an accumulation of terrain loss from both on-road and off-road versus whatever part you're currently using. And it's a pain in the ass how that works. All right. Well, we'll see how that goes. There's definitely like a very optimal method of going through the oil slick on Steamway Long. Gotta love how they gave you the ability to buy skis, and then they have exactly one track that contains snow. I have them local on my computer. But like I said, like all of the track names and like what they're from is the text at the bottom of the layout. So if you wanted to know what any of them are, you can always go through the VOD and like make a list of whichever ones you enjoyed. Like without looking, I'm pretty sure that this one's from Poker Night, probably Poker Night 2. It's the Venture theme, isn't it? If it's the Venture theme, then it's Poker Night 2. Looks over. Yeah, that's what it is. Poker night jams are pretty relaxing. Almost 1 p.m. there. It is almost 9 a.m. here. So you and I are, looks like 4 hours apart. You know, my partner and I, we were, for a little while, we were dating a girl that lives in Australia. And from where we lived to where she is in Australia, we actually had like a 17-hour time difference. So like for the three of us to spend time together was quite an issue. It was always a challenge. How many runs were submitted today? None of my speed games are particularly active, so this is the only run that I actually have to work on right now, which is good because this process is lengthy, and it's not something I would want to do multiple times a day. Nah, it'll be fine. I'm not gonna judge your gameplay. You're still new to the run. I'm not that kind of guy. What am I doing after this? I'm not entirely sure. From the sounds of it, I might be hanging out with Lotus if she wants to and is available at that point. She is a good friend, and I enjoy her company very much. I mean, I don't feel tired at all right now, which is funny because I haven't slept, but my brain is dumb. Nah, I don't feel tired. I don't want to go to bed. Okay, so he doesn't do the shortcut here. Not sure if that's because choosing not to, or if it's because doesn't know that the shortcut is there. The shortcut in this stage is... it's kind of a toss-up. If you hit it absolutely perfectly, then you'll save like maybe a second and a half. If you don't hit it perfectly, you're definitely gonna lose time. Hell yeah, man. Sometimes you just get lucky and you meet good people. I think she was playing Stardew Valley when I found her stream. That sounds about right, because Stardew Valley is usually the category that I go to when I'm looking for something comfy. Stardew is the shit. You know what? In fact... wait, why is this not sorted properly? Get out of here. I'm gonna put on my favorite Stardew Valley track. Spring, right? Here we go. Stardew Valley runs are way faster than you would think. Like, I think the main category the last time I knew was completing the community bundles. And that shit is like, I don't know, a couple of minutes, like 3 or 4. It's really, 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 really fast. But that's because, like, they bug the game out super hard. More or less what it is that they, like, when the game asks you to, like, name your character, name the farm, tell the game what your favorite things are, what they do is they name themselves things that inject code into the game. And then they just rapidly receive all the items that they need, a shitload of money, and like all kinds of crazy. Honestly, if you're watching it, the first time you watch it, you're gonna have no fucking clue what's going on. That's one of those speedruns that I put firmly in the "this is fucking confusing" category. But I'm pretty sure that there are runs where they don't do that. I'm gonna turn this up on my side. Oh no, mash all the buttons here, you can skip this. You don't have to wait for that. Fucking love this shit. Ironically, the song is named after horseradish, which is one of my most hated things in life. Fuck horseradish. But the song is really good. Oh no, we ended up in the body shop. That's no good. You don't need this. Okay, what just got bought? Oh no, the 6-speed auto. Ooh. I see. So funny story, the Metal Slug that this track comes from is a PlayStation 2 exclusive 3D version of the game. It didn't sell very well, but I thought it was a really fun game. It's very cheaply made, but it's charming. Alright, with these parts, he's gonna just blow this race up super easy. Doesn't quite lap anyone, though, I don't think. Yeah, no. Definitely not. Like, this music is from the submarine stage on Metal Slug, and the biggest concern in that stage when you're trying to go fast in it is lag reduction. We just heard that track a second ago. Oh, wow. Computer still caught up, huh? Interesting. I would not have expected that. One second. You know that feel when we're in each other's streams? You've never seen Banjo-Kazooie. It is a platformer sort of like Super Mario 64, except it's a lot more stylish and just visually more interesting in general. I recommend looking into it. It's a pretty fun game. I mean, I have it on Rare Replay, so I might stream it at some point. I don't know if the Rare Replay version is good, but if it is, you know, why not? God, I'm only about halfway done with this. How long have I been doing this? Bruh. 1 hour 56. Ugh. We'll get there eventually, right? Oh no! The ghosts are angry. There are no ghosts. Maybe. Do I have a pet? Not at the moment. Though our special lady friend next door has 2 beautiful doggos. And we are planning on getting a house together with her once our lease runs out here. So at that point, the answer will be yes. Unless plans change, which I hope they don't. Make sure it's not white. Why is that? There's plenty of super beautiful white doggos. I have a Blue Sky account. I don't really social media all that much. I would say, since you're watching on YouTube, that I also have a Twitch account, but there won't be anything on my Twitch account, for the most part, that you're not going to have access to on YouTube, unless you're curious about old highlights, which... Good lord, there's a lot of old highlights on my Twitch account. I honestly prefer my YouTube account these days. I'm actually getting a lot more, like, positive attention there. Though there is one thing that's a bit inconvenient about the fact that I'm simul-streaming to YouTube. Like, I had some music in my playlist here that was something that I could use on Twitch, but that I can't use on YouTube. Or, as of yet, I might have to look at it again and see. But, yeah, there's like it's like a free license to use music from the fixed music library, but the way that that license is written for YouTube is a bit more questionable. It makes me nervous enough that I don't want to mess with it. Yo, more Stardew music. Well, I mean, the music's not here just for me, it's also for you guys. So I wouldn't want it to be something like that. plus, since I'm live streaming, there's different things. There's different things that I could get in trouble for on YouTube, and I just wanna be a little bit more careful about it this time around. It's just not worth dabbling in that realm. Plus, the reality of the situation is that Fixed Music is owned. I don't know if you guys are aware, but Fixed Music is actually owned by Cell Dweller. So, like, the guy publishes his own music, and he's a really cool dude. The fact of the matter is that, you know, him putting together those licensing programs at all is proof that he's a really, really good dude. And so, if it's written a certain way and I'm potentially violating the way it's written, then I would rather just not, because I want to respect the fact that the nicety was offered to begin with, you know? I bet this music is fitting of that Diablo 4 gameplay a lot more than the Stardew stuff was. Anyone not also watching Lotus Slay's stream will not understand what I'm talking about. What the hell? We went back to Prairie Road? Why? Okay. Again? Oh my god. Yo, you know what this reminds me of is that I haven't played Neo in a hot minute. Like, at this point I'm actually on Way of the Neo, and I just haven't played it in a while. I'm gonna get back and start getting one-shotted again. Yeah. The sound's not very different from the track that it plays during the intro cutscene. Oh no, this literally is that track. You know what one of the most annoying things about Neo is to me is that just like any other Souls-like, right? If you fall into water, there's no such thing as water. You just fall right through it and die. But that pisses me off because pretty much right at the beginning of the game, you're shown a cutscene that proves that William Wallace can absolutely swim. 1000% this nerd can swim. He knows how to. He's capable of it. In fact, in that cutscene, when I fell into the water, not only did he fall into the water after getting shot, but I was in full heavy armor, and the dude still swam away. So canonically, the dude can swim, but if you fall in water, you just die. Stupid. I hate that. So wait, which one of you took me seriously when I said that Lotus was my girl? Was that you, Kaze? Because I was totally joking. Hell yeah! We'll arrange that someday. Wait, so what was the problem here? Hold on. Let's back up to the car customization. So the engine is not the problem. I'm not really sure. I mean, maybe they just pulled up the info instead of being rejected at the entry. So here on the 8th and 9th, the three of us are actually going to go to a convention nearby called Geek Girl Con. That's like a gaming convention, and with like the panels and the events there have like a heavy focus on creative women in gaming and comics and movies and anime, stuff like that. I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's gonna be a good time. If I could stream from there, I totally would. Okay, so this is officially the second cup. Alright. October 7th and 8th. So I definitely will not be streaming those days. I don't typically stream when my partner is off work anyway. Unless it's something that we're playing together. So sometimes you'll see me streaming together with her on a game like Core Keeper, or like we recently started playing Borderlands 3 again. We might stream that together at some point. We might stream Stardew Valley together. So that's another thing that I will stream sometimes. Oh, you know what? I lied. There is something that I do stream only to Twitch and not to YouTube. We do Tattletale streams. So there's an old game show in the US called Tattletales, where the premise of it is sort of like they have these celebrity couples where they'll ask one of them a question, have them answer it, and then ask the other one the same question and see if their answers match. And if their answers match, then they get points. And we'll basically use that as... We'll basically watch the show together and use that as a way to come up with things to talk about. It's sort of like a just chatting stream that happens to also have a game show in it.
System.
Museka is a music and rhythm game, by the way. Done by the same people that made like Beat Mania and Dance Dance Revolution and all that. Alright, so this is from Harvest Moon Magical Melody. This game is actually one of the big inspiration points for Stardew Valley. And if you'd ever played a Harvest Moon Magical Melody, then Stardew Valley, then you would be able to see how very similar a lot of the mechanics are. But I would honestly say Magical Melody is a lot harsher than Stardew Valley is. For instance, it has like weather events that are like hurricane monsoon level stuff where you're not even allowed to go outside during those weather events. And then you, like, exit the second day. Well, hopefully the next day doesn't have another such event. But you exit the next day and, like, your animals are all sick and your plants are all messed up and it's a disaster. I'm very, very thankful that Stardew Valley does not have that. I used to. I mean, if you're referring to that easy new game run that I have on my YouTube channel, that is an extremely old run, and I would hope that that would be really obvious based on what the layout looks like, because that layout is pretty awful. DFO has so much good fucking music, dude. It's so good. I'm surprised that he's having trouble on this track. One thing I'm finding it interesting that he plummets pretty far when his wings deploy. Oh no, that layout is awful. It's bad. I honestly, looking at my old layout legitimately makes me recoil. I hate what my old layouts looked like. Obviously, my layout these days is way better, but man, it used to be so awful. Now, funny enough, like, I haven't submitted that run to the leaderboard, and I'm probably never gonna. Because I don't want to be involved with the Metal Gear Rising speedrun community. I don't know if they're still bad, so I'm not gonna say that they're bad. But once upon a time, they were very bad. It might be completely different people now. I don't know. I just don't want to bother. But if that run was on the leaderboard, it would be the Recce by kind of a lot. Like, really, really, really a lot. But to be fair, the category that's gotten the most attention from the community is hard new game. So I don't think that my easy mode time really matters that much. I mostly just used to do it for funsies. It wasn't anything that I was really taking seriously. Yo, ESJ. It's not every day that you run into a stylized 2D platformer that has really good Europop tracks, but also makes orgasm sounds when you hit checkpoints. Like you do. Damn shame the sequel Groove City isn't as good, though. That's something I could do after this, is we could show off some ESJ just for the hell of it. Unless this drags on for way too long, which I kind of feel like it is dragging on for way too long. Anyway. Okay, so, funny story. That is a shortcut that they just did. Quote-unquote shortcut. But it actually takes longer to do the shortcut than to just go the normal direction. It doesn't save any time. Mostly because it spits you back onto the track at, like, the worst possible angle. And you can't, like, angle yourself, like, when you leave that tunnel, you can't point yourself more towards where the track is actually going because you end up colliding with an invisible wall. This game's got some weird quirks to it. Yeah, as far as how much time actually gets removed from the final leaderboard official time for this, like, look at the timers now, right? So in the recording, the RTA is up to 2 hours and 3 minutes, right? 2 hour 3.5. But the time over here is 1:39:33, and in just this one spot, we're cutting out 46, almost 47 seconds just from waiting on that 6th place. This right here is another 7, almost 8 seconds. Round 6. And then the last grinding session, and then the final GP. Okay, I guess they intend to change parts? Or, okay, I'm not really sure what happened here. That gave me more loads to edit out, so this run's rejected. I'm kidding. Maybe. We'll see. No, I'm just kidding. Not surprised that they don't know about that shortcut. I didn't know about that shortcut for a long time. Ooh, that's unfortunate. When your wings deploy like that, you actually lose a decent amount of speed. Because your max speed while flying is not the same thing as your max speed while driving. There's also the speed that you just inherently lose from being in the air. Well, you know, maybe someday I will do more Metal Gear Rising runs. Maybe. We'll see. No, but kind of. So, like, the issue is that the mechanics in Metal Gear Rising are not super consistent. Sometimes, like, Ninja Run in particular can be kind of weird about whether or not it wants to work correctly. Or, like, there'll be places where I want enemies to react a certain way, but I gotta run it at them at, like, a very specific angle to get them to react one way, and if I'm just slightly off, then they'll react a completely different way. But that only comes up every so often. For the most part, it's just a finicky thing. Alright, now I am legitimately curious as to what in the hell they're gonna do. for the rest of this run. I'm not sure if that tapped or not. Sometimes the collision on those extended pieces on the car is a little weird. Sometimes it counts and sometimes it doesn't. And it's usually because, like, it's hard to see where the hitbox for those extended pieces actually is. Up until the run is over. I mean, this is the last phase before the final GP, and the final GP is only 6 races. But yeah, the way that this person did the route, it is an extremely long process. If this had been the optimal route, it would have been done a while ago. I keep getting messaged. Okay, I do agree with purchasing super quick steering, but they had also bought quick steering, which I don't agree with, and oh my god, they bought... Okay, so I guess that's something that you might have to do if you didn't switch to the MR layout. So, yeah. I've never played this game, but I probably should at some point. Just to see what it's like. Rabbi Ribby, I mean. Have I speedrun this game before? I currently have the world record in this game. The one that I'm editing, not the one that the music is from. I've never played the one that music was from. Well, I mean, there's not a lot of people that have played it. Admittedly, like, of all the recce's that I have, a lot of, like, pretty much none of them are like, heavily competed in. I think the most competitive run I was ever doing was Dr. Mario speedruns. And I think I'm, like, 13th on the leaderboard now. Once upon a time, I was 5th. But other players were still working on their game when I stopped, so I don't know. I reached a point where it felt like I couldn't do any better than I was doing. But that game has, like, a massive proponency for, like, you have to grind for good luck. Because the RNG can absolutely tell you to go fuck yourself. Like, ACM has, like, this kick-ass highlight of, like, literally just trying to get a pill with a blue segment on it for, like, 30 seconds. like built a giant wall of like red and yellow. It was insane. But yeah, Reki in this right now is just me versus one other guy. Granted, the two of us traded the top time over and over, so the top time right now is actually pretty fucking good. But it's not the same thing as like having the world record in Super Metroid or something where the top time is heavily contested. What do you mean? I've encountered a lot of weird things in streams, but like, what do you mean specifically? In chats. Oh yeah. There's been like weirdos are gonna happen for sure. Twitch has a lot of different scams and like there's been a variety of them over the years. Like you've got the bots that come in and are you know, we'll post messages like you know, buying viewers, or trying to sell Dogecoin, or yeah, where it'll be a message where it's like, I have been watching your stream for a long time and it is a good stream. Would you like me to make graphics for your stream? You can see my digital portfolio at dogehype.com. And it's just like, bruh. That is not how to do. Nobody that's trying to, like, that's legitimately trying to get you to purchase their digital artwork and whatnot, like, that's not how they would approach you. Like Lotus needs artwork, please. Lotus is artwork. God. How many races is it gonna do? I thought he already won this race. But I mean, I've also had, like, every so often I've had, like, somebody show up in stream and just, like, say completely random shit. Like, and like, not only in my stream, I remember one time I was watching a fellow by the name of Raise Fire, and someone came in to his stream, and the very first thing that they said was, I wonder what poop tastes like. Do you also like poop? What? What do you say to that? This may come as a shock to you, but I tend to try not to taste poop. Oh no, yeah, that happens. Like sometimes, I think people think that it's funny to just come in and be totally random. But like really, when you're trying that hard to seem funny or interesting, it just kind of makes you seem weird. Like not the good kind of weird. Like there's a lot of good kinds of weird. This ain't one of them. Sort of like when someone's specifically trying to be funny, it just emphasizes that they're not funny. It just highlights how very not funny they are. Yeah, and people do that. Like, there's a lot of the, like, really big channels don't even bother trying to moderate their channels anymore. And that can get kind of dangerous, especially in Twitch chats, because, like, the way that the terms of service is written, if you're streaming and you have a massive chat, you're kind of responsible for what's going on in your chat. So if you've gotten to the point to where you're not really managing what's going on in your chat room anymore, and people are starting to say, like, racist or hateful things, that's a terms of service violation. I could get in trouble for not banning that behavior. Also, what's up, it's Easian? You know, I'm sure that that's true in the really large channels, and that's one reason why I kind of never want to be quite that famous. Are you upset that I'm not in a call? Would you like me to be in a call? Yo, don't tell everyone that I bought followers at dogehype.net. What is he doing? What is he doing? Yeah, I can hop into a call. Actually, I'll jump into the streaming channel. Lotus could join us if she likes. All of those Doge coins. I don't want any of Elon Musk's masturbation money anyway.
Moving on from that chat comment I don't understand.
You know what? Let's move this over here. Why, hello. But yeah, how you doing? You hear me? Oh, I know what the problem is. Hold on.
It looks like you're gonna have to fiddle with some audio. I can hear you through the stream, but not through the call. And if the call is picking up... Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I had my microphone still set up to the watch party stuff.
Yeah, I also no longer hear myself with a slight delay, so that's helpful.
But yeah, what's up?
Nah, not too much. It's a pretty lazy day.
Lazy days are good days.
Kind of. Part of it is that it's lazy because I didn't sleep much, because... So you know how I had to delay that hospital checkup for 2 weeks?
I do.
Yeah, so I went in today just to tell them, hey, this is what happened, can I come in next Tuesday, which is from the day my doctor works. And they didn't even check the doctor's schedule, they just basically told us, come then and we'll see. So I hope I don't have to wait in line twice for that.
Come in and we'll see.
Yep.
That is a shit answer.
Yep.
Oh hey, I'm
That's
currently
good.
listening to the only Dark Souls track that was at all memorable.
They all blend together so much for me, I can't tell any of them apart. That said, I'm pretty sick of generic high orchestra by this point.
Yeah.
So I start to drone it out anyway.
I know Ornstein and Smoke's track was the only one that really stood out, IMO. Let's see. Anyway, so Etesian, Lay Etesian.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Trying to get the
Are
audio
you-
balance.
Oh. I was gonna say, are you able to hear me? I'm trying not to duplicate the sounds in the background while streaming.
You were a little quiet earlier, but I think Zana just adjusted it, so it's fine.
Yeah, I'm up to 140%, trying to make sure it's all balanced out.
Tell me if I need to adjust anything on this end.
Oh no, you're good.
Alright then.
I didn't think I would still be editing this at this point.
I didn't think you'd be editing these at all. I thought God Hand is the only one you... Well, God Hand is the main thing you do these for, and then whenever people request it from you. Did someone ask for this, or are you doing it for the sake of?
I run this leaderboard.
This one too?
Yeah.
That sounds
How
like
many
a lot
votes?
of work.
How many boards do you run at this point?
5?
Already at double digits. Okay, you're not that far gone.
No, look, I'm not Flying Fox, alright? At one point, that girl was managing, I think, like, 49? And they were mostly Sonic leaderboards, so you can only imagine what horrible hell that was. With the bunch of sexist fucks that are in that community.
At least your boards should largely be pretty sane. I recently had to find out about the thing I linked in your chat, which is whatever the hell is happening on the Lemmings board.
I'm afraid.
So am I.
My god, my dogs. I've been trying to mess around with my microphone to decrease the volume.
That's a lot of platforms.
I'll say. Apparently Lemmings is the biggest franchise known to man.
I mean, you know what that makes me want to do? Hold on.
Run Lemmings?
Hell no. But, speedrun.com. Doom. Just Doom.
Oh god, at this point I wouldn't be surprised if there was a speedrun submitted from a McDonald's terminal.
Who asked you, phone? Jesus. They don't have them all listed under one thing. That's shitty. I hate it. I mean, there is that, like, little Lego brick that has a monitor on it. And they found a way to get it to run on that.
Only mildly surprising. At that point, it's more surprising that there is this Lego contraption than that they got to run it.
That's fair. I mean, okay, so somebody managed to program Doom inside of Minecraft with, like, the electronics and shit inside of it.
This is such a bad month to say someone made a thing in Minecraft. You hear about the news about that?
I have not. What's up?
Basically someone made an incredibly accurate reconstruction of classified military documents.
Oh,
in
fantastic.
Minecraft. Yeah, like they made a very accurate model of something you shouldn't be able to accurately model. It used to be War Thunder is the champion of leaks, but now they're stepping up their game.
Didn't we have a conversation about people leaking shit about tanks because they were arguing about whether or not tanks in a video game were accurate?
Yeah, that's War Thunder. I'm pretty sure they have over 10 cases of that by now.
Jesus. Why are people so dumb?
Because they can't keep their mouth shut.
See, I used to think that people made their worst decisions when they were horny, but apparently it's when they're arguing about whether or not tanks in a video game are accurate.
Oh, yeah. It's still the same thing, they're comparing dicks.
Man.
Yeah, I just went onto the War Thunder wiki page of the document leaks section, which has had enough instances to have a documents leaks section. It's now at 11 cases. 3 of them in the past month.
Man, goddammit.
Apparently the first 3 were tanks and then they went hard on jets, so the meta is evolving. Ooh, the last one was a helicopter.
Bruh. No, you know, ultimate stupid is sports fans. The people will, like, freak out when their team does a thing, anything, doesn't really matter, and then they'll, like...
Get mad for, like, the longest time ever.
Right, or, like, break shit in their house. Like, there's a Fail Army video of this dude, like, watching sports, like, I think it was soccer. And then he just, like, screams at the top of his lungs, rips his shirt off, and runs through a glass door. And by through, I mean through.
I'm sure a lot of those reactions are genuine, but there's gotta be a non-0% of them that just stage it for viral content. But anyway, when you said sports fans, I thought you were about to say sports video games fans, and I was gonna start wondering how those are some of the most profitable franchises on Earth, and you never see anyone say, "Yeah, play those." Like I've never seen someone online who will say, "Yeah, man, excited for next FIFA," except they lost the name, so they're just making it EA Soccer 2024 or whatever.
Right, so like, okay, as an example of that, right, okay, so on my stream, I'm gonna go to Browse, Live Channels, I'm gonna disable my filter so that we can actually see what's going on here, right? So, categories. Viewers high to low. I see EA Sports FC 24, but I usually don't see this. And now, like, where is the next sports game in this list? Okay, third row down, fourth row down. Oh, NBA 2K24, but let's ignore that because it literally just came out. There's the category that's simply called sports. What do you want to bet most of these are people illegally broadcasting actual sports? Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's unsurprising.
Oh, World of Tanks. Hey, there you go.
Oh, hey, do you want to watch that and learn about helicopters that you shouldn't know about?
I don't. Like, if I get questioned by the government, I want to legitimately not know the things.
I think the main thing that stands out to me here, rather than sports games, is just how many different gambling channels are in the top. We're already past 4 of them.
Yeah. And that there was supposed to be a big crackdown on that, but, like, no. So I got a random racing thing? And, like, I'm still not... I still haven't passed a FIFA, and, like, that's just weird.
Well, EA Sports 24 is FIFA, except they lost the name, so basically that is a FIFA.
I guess.
And
But it also is
really
another example of just came out, so it's kind of weird to latch onto that. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you're one of those people that plays these yearly and the new one comes out, you're gonna go check it out instead of continuing to play the one. Also, what do you mean there's a crypto category?
Yeah.
What's in the crypto category? How do you stream crypto? Puzzle action?
Oh, hey, okay, so, fun fact. This person has a duplicate of this stream in a whole lot of different fucking categories.
Is that the one you posted about on Discord?
Yeah.
Hearing that it's a crypto thing only, that puzzle piece fits.
Well, it's yeah. I think that they're playing. I don't know. They're playing some fucking first-person shooter, and they're always playing some first-person shooter. I don't know what their deal is. But yeah, I mean, look at all this other shit. It's just graphs and stuff, man. And like, even as a lover of spreadsheets, I have no idea why you would want to watch any of this shit. But yeah, let's put my extension back on and back away from this disaster. I'm almost done editing this.
Oh, nice. Did you have any plans after this?
Why? What do you want from me?
Nothing if you're gonna ask it like that.
Demands from Serbia.
I don't know, just making small talk, I guess. Don't really have anything planned, so I figured maybe you've got something interesting going.
I was probably gonna do a little bit of Electronic Superjoy on stream just because I haven't touched that game in a while and it's kind of interesting to play and it's short and easy to both start up and also walk away from when I've had enough.
Yeah, it's about 10 a.m. over there, isn't it? Do you bike daily or just on occasion?
What, bike?
Yeah.
My bike is actually fucked up right now, so I can't.
Oh, that explains recent daytime activity for you.
Yeah. So, Lei, you probably aren't aware, but I have a habit of, like, there's a set of trails near here that circle back onto each other. It's about 40-ish miles of just straight-up bike trails. And I love it. Like, I love it a bunch. But my bike is fucked up, so I can't do the trails. Okay, so the thing is I bought a third-party direct-to-consumer bike, right? And the problem with that is that most bike shops won't work on it because the liabilities are different and the tooling is different. So the only bike shop that I can bring an electric bike to is a place called Amped Adventure. The trouble is that they're like super behind. And because of that, I actually can't bring my bike in until November 12th. So that sucks. Won't be able to bike for a while.
Is it that they're that backlogged, or what's the issue with the delay?
Well, they're the only shop in the area that does like direct consumer third-party bikes. So yeah, they're that backlogged because there's that many people looking for work on their third-party direct-to-consumer e-bikes.
For some reason, I keep realizing that my mic keeps getting muted. I was like, that's why they can't hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard you in a bit.
That sucks, though. Is there anything that you can, like, do about it? Like, go to another place?
Nope, I can wait until November.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it is what it is. I want to get a different bike anyway, but we don't really have the money for that right now.
Tell me about it. I just had an appointment with the HVAC. And they quoted me $13,000 for a new one.
Hot shit, what?
Yeah. It's like from 2007 and it keeps having issues. And they're like, oh, you know, instead of putting more money into it, you're probably going to need a new unit soon. But here are these finance options.
Bruh. That's too many monies.
Like, too many zeros. And then they have to go and tell me that equipment is getting more expensive, so if you wait too long, it's going to be even more expensive.
Man, isn't it great that literally every industry is just, like, ripping people
Everything's
off?
getting more expensive. You can't afford shit.
Especially food is one thing that surprised me. It's still fine over here, but I've heard about the food price changes on your side of the ocean, and that's ridiculous.
It's awful. The eggs, milk, all of that. I don't drink milk, but I've heard.
See, okay, funny enough, Viv and I mostly shop at one particular grocery store because their prices remain sanity prices. Whereas, like, I guess the rest of the world is used to, like, Walmart and Kroger-based brands. And no, yeah, their prices are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Like, Viv and I went and got maybe about a month's worth of food for both of us at Winco, and it cost us about $174.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Because that is not the case in a lot of other areas now.
Right, if we had gone to QFC across the street, that same amount of food probably would have been like $550.
Oh my god, that hurts my soul.
Yeah, over here prices have been stable with just the usual caveat of what you want to buy, where it depends a bit. Not necessarily due to quality, but if it can be something as simple as, like, cans of tomato. I get them specifically at Lidl because they have a pretty good price over there.
I love Lidl.
Yep, same. They opened one recently here, and I've been thriving.
They're so good. And the type of food, too. Oh, you don't get them everywhere. They have special ones.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially their special regional weeks are one thing, but also tofu here is barely affordable unless you go to Lidl, where it's like a third as expensive.
Yeah, all you have to do is just bring your own bag. That's it. I'd be more than happy to shop there.
Yeah, pretty much.
For clarification, when Etizian says over here, he means Serbia.
Ah, gotcha. Good to know. I figured it was somewhere outside of the States.
Thanks for doxing me. Love you too.
I mean,
that's also what that's also what I meant with this side of the ocean. I'm over here in Europe.
I mean, I
I'm sure
don't
it's
have
better
your
than,
exact street address.
It's like now I can look it up online.
Hey, Serbia is small enough. You could probably throw a rock and hit someone I know.
I mean, to be fair, there was that one time I was streaming GeoGuessr and you told me, hey, this is just down the street from me.
Pretty much, yeah. You streamed it for months and then it finally got a single hit, and I was surprised it actually had anything.
Okay, so real talk, when my buddy Melrose was streaming GeoGuessr from time to time, there was a specific instance where it dropped him on the map literally outside of the window that he was sitting at.
That's so creepy. What are the chances?
I would say extremely unlikely. The Google overlords are letting you know that they know exactly where you are.
Yeah, especially because Japan is, from what I've seen, a very well-mapped area for GeoGuessr and the like. Meanwhile, in Serbia, you've got the capital and one other city, so, like, if it's gonna pull this country, it's a 50-50 of getting me.
Well, just rest well knowing that if an American did have your exact address, they still wouldn't be able to find you because we don't know shit about other countries.
Nope. That and everybody depends on the GPS, so they're not likely going to be able to find you without getting lost.
You might not be able to put it into a GPS simply because of the Slavic Cyrillic characters we use.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even if Serbia, most Serbians actually prefer to use the Latin alphabet rather than Cyrillic, but we still have certain characters like the sh sound gets its own letter. Things like that aren't going to be on a general keyboard.
God.
Well, then I guess they're just going to get lost.
I remember when I was trying... So I made a Japanese account for PlayStation Network specifically so I could download Yakuza Ishin on the PS4, which I don't recommend doing. But after I made the Japanese account on the desktop computer, and then I was like, okay, that was a total pain in the ass. But no biggie, now I'll just log into it on the PS4. It's not that simple. Once you log onto it with a different device, it asks you for that whole raft of information again. And when you're trying to make up an address in another country, like Japan, it is really, like, I had no fucking clue what I was doing. Like, which part of this is the city, and which part is the street, and which part, like, none of this makes sense.
Oof. They use a whole different system.
I have no idea if what I put in made any sense, but I don't think Sony cares a whole lot.
Hey, if it pops up with something, I'm sure it's fine.
I doubt Sony was about to pull up Google Maps and say, actually the place you live in doesn't exist.
They might get bored.
Now, unless you're selling helicopter information.
I'd hope they wouldn't care, considering technically my street in my hometown is not on Google Maps.
That's
How
great.
dare they not catch up?
No, it is, but it's spelled wrong.
Oh.
I was about to
I can
say,
hide.
how are you door dashing then?
By putting in my address, but telling them, hey, they messed up the street name. They wrote a ch. It's supposed to be a ch sound. And then most people just go, oh, okay, that's technically out of town, but we're gonna figure it out.
Bruh.
And when I say out of town, like towns here are small. The capital has a couple million people. I think the second biggest has 500,000 to 1,000,000, etc. Like, out of town just doesn't mean. Out of town means like a 30-minute walk and you're right in the center of the city.
A walk. Oh, jeez.
Yep.
We drive everywhere where I'm at. I can technically walk across the street and be in the hub of a shopping center, but I miss being in New York because that's when I walked everywhere.
Yeah, there is that saying of Americans consider 100 years to be a long time and Europeans consider 100 miles to be a long distance, basically.
By 100 miles, you can go into 5 different countries already. Dopey! You. What is this? When did you do this? Oh no! Okay. Doggy boarding school you go. No. Don't wag your way into this. You're adorable. Get out. No.
Sudden doggo.
Understandable and enviable.
He got into
Oh right, I still haven't sent you a picture of Shay's husky.
a husky.
We can trade.
I need to get a better picture of Winston too because he moved and created blur right at the moment that I took picture. They're good doggos.
Which one is Winston again?
He's the Vitsy. It's a
Oh, right, yeah.
pit bull mix, yeah.
I might or might not die in this dungeon. Oh,
Well, I'll start planning your funeral.
yeah, rent. No! This is a bad idea. Undo. Control Z. I can't get out.
Well, that Diab
No!
blows. Har har.
Nice. Oh. I keep dying. No. Stop hurting me. What is even attacking me? Oh dear lord, there's just a bunch of these big ogres. I haven't even gone to the big boss yet. This is great. This is great.
They're just catcalling you, but they're being very aggressive about it.
Like that. Where did he... Oh, they just keep showing up.
What game is this about, by the way?
Diablo 4.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, I'm playing in like tier 3 hard mode. And usually I don't do these like by myself. Oh, that's because I have an event. Especially the slightly harder ones, I get like a friend in there to party with me. But I thought I could. Oh, my minions died. I
All I can say
survived.
is good luck. I don't know anything about Diablo. I think I tried Diablo 1 once, and my opinion at the time was basically, wow, this game is too old. Too jank for modern standards.
It's not for everyone, but it's not one of the harder ones, which is good for me. I'm a noob in some of the games.
Yeah, I'm told they're really good co-op games, but it's just, I tend to generally play things solo, so it just didn't have any one thing that particularly drew me to it, so I just haven't really tried 2 or 3.
Well, this new one, the storyline is mediocre. Oh my god, this creature, every single time it dies, it blows up twice.
Well, that just seems excessive.
Right? You gotta blow up once, I get it. You blow up twice, you're just wasting my potions. Ooh. It's fun, I guess. Sometimes. When I'm not dying all the time.
I went ahead and linked him to your stream.
Okay. Oh no, you're just gonna see me die!
Yeah, now he can judge you too.
Yeah, great.
Oh, you're streaming too. Hi.
Panic mode ensues. Okay, I'm safe. Oh no, I should have saved that. I'm a necromancer, so I just have a bunch of minions work for me, but once those minions die, and sometimes I don't keep track of them enough, and they die, and then I panic.
Panicking is
I love
never a
it.
good plan.
No. But it makes the day exciting. Okay. One big guy at a time. Ah, no! Stay away from me! Ah, see, I got caught in this stupid explosion again.
Since you're in, like, the northeast, I think then, like, we'll let you know the next time that we visit Jersey.
Actually, I'm in the southeast now. I moved.
You're not in Florida, are you?
No, God, no. I mean, I'm in South Carolina, and it's not any better.
Oh, right. Yeah, we discussed that. Right.
Zana, thank you for asking the exact question that came to mind with the exact level of apprehension that I was about to have.
Yeah.
You're not one of those, are you?
Fucking
Not
Florida. Okay.
Floridian. It sounds funny for a reason, too.
Look, given the things that I know about Lei, I would not judge her for living in Florida so much as I would be fearful for her safety.
It would be not by choice, probably. Okay, I gotta collect this animus thing. What did I miss?
Yeah, given what I know of other Floridians, it wouldn't be judging that you're there, but praying your inevitable escape method works out.
Oh, yeah, I definitely got an alligator in my leg.
Bruh.
This is him running away.
Taken hostage by a crocodile.
I'd be one of those people called, "What are you? Why are you here before the big guys?"
Named Ron de Sadness.
Rhonda. Rhonda. There we go. Into the cave.
Fucking Florida, bro.
They got some weird laws in Florida. And some weird people, too. Oh, okay.
It's easy, and if you recall that series I was into for a little bit called Dirty Rotten Cleaners, that was in Florida.
Unsurprising. Because yes, I do remember the show and its subject matter.
I still can't find a replacement for it, man.
Good. That means no one else made a show like that. We should celebrate that.
Bad one?
It's a show of people seeking out the most filthy, in need of cleaning places possible, and showing that off while they clean it.
I love it.
I kind of love it. It's like hoarders.
If it were just having a pile of junk, that's one thing, but they do the dirty that they put in the title.
Right, no,
It's
yeah,
always
they
your
run into,
pile.
like, maggots and bugs and roaches
Ew.
and feces and, oh, yeah,
Ew.
it really covers the dirty, rotten part.
I feel like you were trying to play a long con by making me watch Kitchen Nightmares to get me used to bugs in places that they shouldn't be, and then proceeding to dirty water cleaners.
Oh my
But you didn't
god,
get
that
the
show,
details.
Gordon Ramsay. Yes, Kitchen Nightmares. Yes.
Look, at least Restaurant Impossible doesn't deal with that part nearly as often.
There's a hotel one too that's just like that, and you're thinking there are bed bugs in the hotel rooms.
Yeah, Gordon Ramsay has a hotel one, but there's also a different one called Hotel Impossible that I dabbled in, but that one was kind of boring.
Not as good as a British yelling at a bunch of Americans saying, "What the hell do you think you're doing?"
Oh, for sure. Uncensored Gordon Ramsay is actually quite fun.
How many ass shots does it have? This is a relevant question, by the way, because Hotel Hell had a real insistence of showing you Gordon Ramsay showering at least once per episode in the first season. I'm not joking.
Gosh,
Yeah, we had an
I
ass
didn't
count.
like that.
One episode had 2 ass shots in it. It felt like Christmas.
Do you think he asked for it? Like, hey, if you want me in your shows, you have to show everybody my ass at least twice.
I feel like by the time he was famous and profitable enough to have control over his contract, so I doubt they forced it on him.
Yeah, exactly. He's got enough to be, a thing by himself, so he probably asked for it. It's like, I want to show the world my ass.
Yeah, I doubt there was a stipulation in his contract of every ass shot gets you 100,000. Like, I don't think he would have gone for that.
Mr. Ramsay, how much for a dick shot? You can't afford it. Moving on.
Exactly.
This show doesn't have the ratings for that. Come again when we're America's #1 most watched program.
Look, not every dick shot is worth an Amy's Baking Company episode, okay? I do believe I just triggered some PTSD.
Not really for me. That I don't tend to think of that as okay. I'm not gonna say it wasn't a big deal, but it's kind of like the Boolean block of that entire show just congealed into its essence. Like that. Like you want to know what the show is in 5 minutes as fast as possible. There you go. Go watch a supercut of that, and you got it. It's kind of why I don't like that show too much. It's very samey after enough episodes.
Yeah, that's another reason why we prefer Restaurant Impossible is because, like, yes, it's all on the same idea. There's a restaurant that's hitting hard times. Robert comes out to try to help them with it, but like, I agree with you that Kitchen Nightmares it's always the same problems. Whereas Restaurant Impossible is more real, it's usually different problems.
Variety. That's
Yeah, and
good.
it's almost like Kitchen Nightmares seems to focus on the places that are just ran bad or someone problematic is in charge. Whereas Restaurant Impossible even had those episodes where a town flooded and they helped with the reconstruction process.
Yeah, that was we actually went to that restaurant. That was a LBI pancake house in New Jersey. They actually helped rebuild the firehouse too. By the time we ate there, though, it was not owned by the same people. That island is the shit, though. Like, it's super, like, beautiful and relaxing out there, and I definitely want to go back. I'm almost done with this shit. Finally, the last race. I'm just gonna skip through this shit. Wait, no I can't, because if he retries... Son of a bitch! What do you know, he retried.
I stepped away to make some tea and I got excited when you said finally the last race, but I just saw my progress bar. As in, this file seems to say it's a 3:17, but your bottom left says we're 2.5 hours in.
Well, right, that's because I've cut a lot of time out of it.
Oh, alright then. So 2:30 is about the video file with loads and everything removed, rather than progress through it? Alright then.
So I am almost done.
Okay, that makes more sense than you going almost done with an hour left in a 3-hour thing.
I would literally cry right now if I still had an hour left to go.
At this point, same.
I don't think I've ever heard you cry before.
Yeah, we really don't do calls that much simply because you keep streaming non-PC things, so it's physically not possible.
Yeah.
That and audio setups during Discord streaming stuff.
I mean, let's be real. You don't want to be on a call with me during a Blood Rain 2 stream anyway.
I don't want to be in a stream during a Blood Rain 2 stream.
Horny vampire game doesn't do it for you. Neither do my many complaints while I'm trying to speedrun it.
Yes, I watched that game for like 10, 15, 20 hours. I don't need 50. I did my part.
Saying I should switch back to Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor?
At least that game doesn't seem to upset you as much as Blood Rain, so
that's true.
Maybe, I guess. So long as you don't go back to Tekken, I'm content.
Tekken was my next joke, but you fucking called my bluff.
Bad joke, try again.
What else did I used to scream at? I don't know.
Killing Floor 2, I guess, except that eventually devolved into a haha bad game rather than taking it seriously. Well, there's always God Hand.
I don't really yell at God Hand much anymore.
Well, I don't know that you yell at things much in general, but frustration, it's there.
Oh yeah, the frustration is definitely there. Too bad I can't think of any other categories to run for Samurai Western.
What categories are there anyway? I don't remember you running more than playing a new game.
Yeah, pretty much just that. Unfortunately, hard and insane mode are only available after you've completed the base game, which means that you would reach those difficulties with level ups already. So it's essentially New Game Plus, and there's no way to avoid that fact.
Is there any other problem with running that and treating it like a New Game Plus?
I mean, like, New Game Plus is a doable category, but that would basically be one-shot kills all over the place.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. That's not that interesting unless they lean into it and also increase the enemy count and play into the one-hit kill nature.
Yeah, nope.
But
Welcome
it's
back,
also a
Ruby.
game where everyone has ranged attacks, so that wouldn't even work super well.
I mean, I'm not against the category existing, and I mean, I would run it at some point, but it won't be very interesting when I do.
Yeah, it's almost like a diluted version of New Game, it sounds like.
More or less. And the final time
I was on the phone.
yeah, I could see.
Oh, it's so indecisive.
Is 2:42:28 time 2:42:28.45. All right. So let's see how much of this was loads. 17.6% of that was loads. 34 minutes, 42.85 seconds of loads. Bruh.
All hail the emotion engine.
Alright, well, save, and let's export this bitch. At this point, I'm very glad that I'm in a call. Is Starfield that bad? I don't know anything about that game except that gaming journalism doesn't want to shut the fuck up about it.
It's the new big Bethesda open world, so that just figures.
I even ran into some stupid ass article that was literally titled Elon Musk is having more fun with Starfield than you.
Sounds like you need to block more sites.
Right? Like, who gives a shit? Fuck Elon Musk.
Unless he's gonna give me money, I really don't care. It's like you giving handoffs. I'll take a handoff.
It could be wielded as a weapon for good if it really sinks its teeth into him and he fixates on it so much he doesn't do anything else. But unless we hit that stage, I'm staying asleep.
Uh-huh.
I don't know what you're referring to, Ash.
It looks like a question about a car model in the footage that's currently up.
Right, I mean, all the cars in this game are chibi versions of real cars. That's for sure. But this is also a different car from the car that you asked about. Like, I gotta be honest, I'm real surprised that your stream hasn't been noticed by more people yet.
Okay, maybe the inconsistencies of it. I don't mind. Usually, I kind of just like having a small group of intimate people sometimes. I've been playing Hearthstone too.
Intimate, you say?
Intimate, I say. Nut. It's awesome.
My best $16 I ever spent was
Streamlabs OBS, and you would have to pull that trigger. I know one is made by Scum, and then
I
I'd have to
didn't know
flip a
that there
coin.
was a difference. I didn't know there was 2 of them.
Yeah, one of them intentionally went with the name of the other to pretend they're part of them, and it's a scam. It kind of blew up at the start of this year, late last year.
Yeah. Streamlabs is a dumpster fire of a company that goes around stealing shit from other companies. Their version of OBS is also just not good.
I think I like tried to look at Streamlabs because you can put Streamlabs into OBS as well.
Mm-hmm.
I tried doing that and I was like, oh, this is cute, and then I found it kind of useless.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the options that people have for like putting alerts and whatnot on their stream, but you're better off with Stream Elements over Streamlabs for something like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's up, Emmy?
It only now clicked that Streamlabs and Stream Elements are different things. Does anyone who makes stream-related things have a naming sense? Even OBS at this point counts as a name, even though I don't know what any of those letters stand for.
I mean, believe it or not, these things are better off not being named cleverly. Like, for instance... Yeah, I'm exporting the run at this point. For instance, let me see if I can even find this, because I know I still have the install for this somewhere.
Not necessarily have to be named cleverly, but at least distinguishably.
Mashira. So there is a stream, like, broadcast program that exists called Mashira. And I want to point out that the fact that I did not remember exactly what it was called is a problem. Because while the name is unique, it's unique enough that I don't remember what it is exactly. I knew it started with an M.
It is too special to remember.
But hey, at least it's not XSplit. So, like, anytime that I learn that somebody spent money on XSplit, it just makes me cry inside.
It costs money?
Yeah. XSplit has a pro, like, subscription service.
Oh, in that sense, alright. I was gonna say, I thought it's free, but some kind of subscription... What do you even offer for a subscription for a program like that?
It's just bad.
It's XSplit, yeah, that goes without saying. I've barely done speedruns, even I've caught onto that by now.
Like, back when I was in the Freedom MCN on YouTube, I actually had, like, a lifetime free account for XSplit, and what I mostly did with that is I basically only had it on my PC so I could run benchmarks and do comparisons of, like, how OBS fares at doing the exact same tasks. And yeah, I can objectively tell you that XSplit is a dumpster fire of a program. Like, it successfully does the things, sort of.
Sort of.
Sort of.
Ew.
Sort of like in the same way that, like, you can rollerblade to Mexico just as much as you could drive there in a car. It'll work. Sort of.
Close enough, but not close enough.
Yeah, like OBS is just, it's more optimized and more like better. It's like just better put together in general. But the reason is because the people that made OBS did it because it was a passion project. They did it because it was something they actually fucking cared about. Whereas, like, when you hear XSplit and you're like, oh, it's a subscription service, then you know right off the top, all they cared about was making money off of the idea. And I don't know what Mashira's deal is. I installed it briefly at one point, couldn't figure out what the fuck it wanted from me, and got rid of it.
Oh, well, surely the paid product is better than the free product.
Huh. If only that was always the case.
I hate that the first place that my brain went to is prostitutes versus long-term relationships.
I mean, there's some escorts.
Do you want to delete this VOD before Viv is back?
Nah. She supports sex workers.
Either way, I won't tell.
Hey, that corner is a mighty good-looking corner.
What context are we talking about the corner in?
Ah! Oh!
Oh, that context, I see.
Oh.
That was more me getting, you know what, I was gonna say exploded on, and then that did not go well either. Exactly.
So what do you want to talk about for the next 81% of exporting?
I
How about this
have...
video game? They have a car in it.
Yep, it's a yellow car.
Ooh, it's like a taxi.
It kind of looks...
Did anyone found tech with the dump truck yet?
What do you mean?
There's a garbage truck in there, isn't it? Is it ever useful, please, for me?
So, the only interesting thing I know about the dump truck is that when you drive the dump truck, you're actually using a different graphic model than the one that's in the group. They look similar, but the one that always takes last place is actually slightly lower resolution.
Okay, for a second, my brain assumed, yeah, that makes sense. It's last place, so it's lower resolution, as if that's a punishment that makes sense in any way.
I am absolutely certain that the dump truck exists so that if you're too fast and you're trying to get the no collision bonus, that the dump truck's stupid fat ass is going to be in the way when you try to when you come up to lap it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I like it. It's a really cute idea of including it simply for those racing game situations of, while I'm lapping everyone, I'm really far ahead in first. Nothing could possibly happen. Oh hey, it's garbage day.
That legitimately poses a problem during the all races category. It's like in races where you, honest to God, need that no collision bonus, you get all fucked up when you're about to lap stuff. It's a pain in the ass.
I only now noticed the scrolling text at the bottom left of the run. It's quoting how incredibly fitting that is.
The end is never the end is never the end is never the end is never the end is to be continued.
Big back bus.
So, how'd the corner go?
It was exciting. I found a lot of people like the corner that they don't want to know about.
I
You'd be
see.
surprised who wants to be by the corner, who wants to come visit the corner.
Are we still on the prostitution talk with street corners, or have I missed the memo?
Well, street corners are not my thing. I just prefer not to stand by the street. It's a lot of work. And plus, they always have these high heels on. Ooh, I don't want to go into Astral.
A side note, I don't think I would want to make use of a prostitute that is also a necromancer. That seems like an odd overlap. I don't know what would come of that. It sounds spooky.
Lots and lots of skeletons in the closet.
You were saying something about high heel shoes, and that just reminds me about how the local meta here isn't street corners, but abandoned train stations. So
Really?
that's a different kind of high platform going on there.
Good to know that Artesian knows where to find the hookers.
Listen, if you have a train station in town and no trains and people still talk about the train station, you catch on, even if that's not your ballpark.
That's very true. Mm-hmm. It's an
There's-
easy way to find it.
There's no train?
I've
Not
never
the
seen
one.
a train actually pass through there, even though I sometimes go over a street that has I think trains pass by the city, but not by that. It's complicated, alright? I don't really understand transportation.
One of those type of train stations that nobody uses and everybody thinks about.
Another night
Like,
in
oh,
Serbia.
where are you going? Oh, I'm going by train.
Bruh.
I just... I hope you have good internet if you're planning on rendering.
I'm already rendering.
Oh, yeah. Well, quickly then.
Yeah, I've got buff hardware. In fact, hold up. Let's see. So I'm streaming. I'm on the call with the two of you. I have your stream open.
Yep.
I edited this and am currently rendering it. And let's see.
Your poor computer's like, water! I need water!
My CPU says 100, but that's clearly not true because it's still able to move around without a problem.
It always jumps to 100 when you open Task Manager for the first time. Okay, it's actually still going, so I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's the deal with that.
Yeah. Well, hey, if you think I could relieve 1% CPU by hopping out of the call and not immediately rewatching the run I just watched, I would take that sacrifice.
How generous!
Huh, I've literally never seen it do this before. Yeah, my PC, like, my CPU is absolutely definitely not maxed out, so I don't know why it's doing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it'll show you in processes what's allegedly taking up this much percentage.
I mean, the most intense thing I'm doing right now is the render, but...
Well, yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm also running Folding at Home.
That explains a lot.
I'm flexing too hard, sorry.
Like, there goes my computer. It's working so hard. So hard.
Flexing with the strongest computer on Earth to edit a PS2 game.
Look, rendering a video doesn't give a shit what the video is of. No, it's straight up CPU processing. Though OBS is using the GPU a decent amount. But I actually have it set up to focus more on CPU use than GPU use. So, like, I think at this point we're also gonna have to split the difference between what rendering means, because like there's also like the visual render, what we can see the video doing on the screen is rendering that would use the GPU, but rendering in the context of the program is rendering that to a file, that's entirely CPU.
You know, for someone who had built their own computer, I know very little about computers. Oh well.
An NVIDIA GTX GeForce 2070. It's way more than I need. I still find it funny when I had a GeForce 450 something or other. The only reason I even needed to update it was because of the VRAM. It wasn't even because of what, like, rendering limitations the card had. So teach me more about Serbia.
No.
This is straightforward.
Why?
Part of the long plan is getting out of here. I'm not gonna teach you things you're gonna forget and then have to reteach you them before I leave, so that they then become even more irrelevant.
Well, damn.
Seriously, this country was like the world's #2 in immigration rates, as in people wanting out of here. You're not
Oh
missing.
wow.
Yeah, we have like pretty nature, a lot of cool temples. Our history was interesting, but you can get a lot of that elsewhere. Come on.
I guess.
I'll ship you a history book as soon as I find one that isn't in Serbian.
I've never been a big fan of history.
That's probably
Well,
because...
that might be American history. That's a load of shit too.
Right, I was about to say that's because our history is a pack of lies.
Yeah, I freaking hate it.
Yeah, it's
all
also
the
a
same
lot
bullshit.
shorter.
Definitely
It is,
is.
yeah, it's a lot shorter. It's a much shorter pack of lies.
Yeah, our history is basically from like around the year 600 is when you can start teaching Serbian history as opposed to whatever people were before that. And this is also one of those locations of like, how do you get from Europe to Asia without going through Russia? You go through us. How many wars have happened around here that avoided Serbia? Basically none. That's the history book.
Look, I can shorten all of American history for you real
Conquer.
quick.
Take over.
Look, if a war happened that we were involved in, either we were the victim for no reason and we did nothing wrong and then we kicked ass and took names, or we got involved because we are the savior of the world.
Yeah, that's mostly the bullshit part.
Total bullshit.
Usually it's not that exciting.
Listen, I get it. A Spanish man came to you, then 200 years passed where nothing happened. Then you had 14 states, then you had a man with wooden teeth, then Obama. It makes sense.
Actually, Washington didn't have wooden teeth. That's a myth.
Well, that's 10 pages of history you
Happy?
can immediately throw out. How compact?
So he did have false teeth, but they were made of like recovered human teeth and some donkey teeth.
Come
And it
on.
sounded worse before you got to the donkey, and then it was extra bad.
Yeah. Who wants to kiss that?
I mean, I wasn't trying to make out with Washington when he had wooden teeth, so... How did we meet in the first place? So, Etizian and I met at random in some dude's stream when he was playing God Hand casually.
Sorry to interrupt, but you didn't really do a transition there, so I thought someone was asking how did you meet Washington before you started making it.
No, he was definitely talking about meeting Washington.
Yeah, Washington
stream.
and I met in a God Hand tournament on Mars.
Plays great for a guy who's about 200 years old.
Yeah, he's doing alright.
I guess.
But no, yeah, Etizian and I met in somebody's casual God Hand stream. I don't remember that person's name. It's probably not important. And Lei and I met when I randomly stumbled into her Stardew Valley stream.
Yep. Because it said the word cute girl, and he's like, nah. Nah.
Worth mentioning, that God Hand stream you found me in, that person doesn't stream anymore, and you've also streamed so much God Hand in the meantime that I do not want to watch any more God Hand. So you secured yourself a market monopoly.
He's like, you can have it. Why am I doing this to myself? Why do I run into these bad guys in these events?
Actually, admittedly, I saw the tag cute girl, and then in the thumbnail I saw a girl wearing a mask, and I was like, well, what's the point of telling me that you're cute? I've got no proof.
And then he got plenty of proof after that.
Yeah. I get so much mileage out of this button, bro. Shit.
Listen,
Basically, he's
that's
talking about the OnlyFans I have, and I'm about to die because I'm stuck. Ah!
Listen, cute girl tag with a mask on still makes a lot more sense than the random Twitch streams I've seen that have the tag hot dad and they have to sit there like...
There's
"You're
some
not right for a
sexist
40-year-old."
ones that I've seen. There's like some of them where I'm like, oh, like, is this even allowed? Like in the preview section?
What do you mean?
Like, there'll be girls that it looks like they are literally not wearing any clothes, but then their legs are covering their tits. And then it's like, oh, something step sis. And I'm like, I thought this shit was not allowed. Interesting.
I can't say I've run into any of those on Twitch.
Really? It's in the
Yeah, maybe
previews, like
it-
live things. Maybe.
Zana, that was a real turn off. I don't know if I believe that. You'd have to link me some examples.
Look, I have joystick.tv if I need to see extremely lewd video game streams.
Yeah, I have complicated feelings about the custom tag thing. Mostly because it's made it impossible to actually filter out things you don't want to care about. Used to be you get that one extension that lets you filter out streams with specific tags, and it's as simple as filter out Russian, done. And now every single tag that there also is a version of it written in Russian, so you can't actually filter out Russian streams without clicking a million times. Nothing
Yeah.
against Russia specifically, but I wanna watch English things. I'm working on my Russian, it's not good enough to understand streams, so maybe another day.
Yeah, Rui, I definitely noticed the body painting category. I, honest to God, don't know why that category is allowed on the platform at all. It's like, okay, okay, let me put it this way.
Probably sent it to the wrong one.
If just straight up sexual content was allowed on Twitch, like if straight hardcore multi-gangbang porn was allowed on Twitch, I wouldn't care. But what
To the hashtag welcome thing, an example of the existence.
Look, what bothers me is that Twitch does have rules about sexual content, but they do not at all handle that rule consistently. Like, look, if it's allowed, great. If it's not allowed, great. But just, like, fucking respect your own goddamn laws.
It's paid. They probably paid someone for it.
It's so frustrating. So, like, for instance, Amaranth is just like a walking terms of service violation. Because, like, she's partnered on Twitch, which means that she's supposed to put all of her content is supposed to be exclusive to Twitch for, I think it's 24 hours. But you're also not allowed to do things that would sully your reputation in the public eye. You know, like having an OnlyFans with, like, all holes filled and shit. Like, if you just Google Amaranth nude and take off the safe search, you're gonna be flooded with images of this woman. And, like, that is very much against their terms of service, but they don't do shit because she makes them the money. And it's like, just make this shit allowed. If you don't care under certain circumstances, then just don't care in general. It's fine.
Like, they don't want it to get too crazy, but just a little crazy.
It's just dumb. I don't understand the puritanical bullshit. Just let it be allowed. I don't care.
You know how much money Twitch would get if they allowed that stuff?
I see that YouTube stream comment, and that just reminds me of having recently seen a hard drive joke article of streamer murdered on stream, and controversy ensues because that gets them banned from Twitch for a week.
Yeah. For a few years, Kaze, there was a channel on Twitch, not on Twitch, on YouTube, that started out relatively innocent enough. And the content on the channel was just a guy crushing random objects with his foot. And I mean, like, random objects like a toy, an egg, a candy bar, a light bulb, you know, it's like some of it was just like, okay, that's odd. But, and sorry it's easy, and he eventually graduated to crushing small animals with his foot. And that's very much illegal.
Yeah, I'm kidding.
And
terrible.
Yeah, and so he should have got banned and, you know, potentially arrested pretty much fucking immediately. And no, that shit went on for...
came on his ass.
That shit went on for years.
I have to say, I got hit by that mix-up. I thought this conversation had a theme, so you were about to transition into... And then they started doing foot fetish content.
Yeah, I think that's what Rui was expecting as well, yeah.
Yeah. For a second, it made me think of that gimmick Twitter account of gripping foods with force. You don't need an explanation, it's in the name. But,
Oh my god.
different.
Yeah, that sounds like a doctor's trip.
Yeah, that account is funny because they sometimes have things like gripping foods with force, a coconut, nothing happens. Alright.
Obviously.
But that's different. Jesus. What site was this on? This for person?
That was on YouTube.
Jesus.
For years. Like, literally for years. They
My
had
partner
thousands of
about
reports
to head
against
out.
them.
It was nice chatting with you guys, but I have to feed the man.
Okay, I'll be around later if you want to chill.
Alright, I'll do that. Bye.
Bye. Okay, I counted to 5 internally. What do you think the chances they left because of the foot stuff?
Not at all.
Yeah, figured.
Literally zero chance that they left because of that.
More joke question than anything. That said, I might be bleeding myself soon because I noticed we're just barely 50% over the export and this is starting to drain my soul. I feel like I lose part of my consciousness every time a percentage goes up. This is not a trade-off I'm into.
That's fair.
Or rather, I mentioned earlier that I stepped away for a bit to make tea, and that's because my throat is largely recovered, but we've been talking for at least an hour now, and it's starting to wear a bit.
God, Rui. What the
Yeah,
hell,
get a
man?
world record next time.
Yeah. It's time
Listen,
for you to
you
crush my nuts, Bubba.
Listen, you get a world record, I'm gonna say thank you, and we spend 10 minutes around each other next. It's a win-win. 10 minutes less.
Bruh.
That is a higher Patreon tier than you have access to.
Anyway, Jesus Christ. These certainly were some conversations.
I'll say. We went from a lazy day to a troubling day. Lots to think about, little I want to think about.
I'll give you more details about Topsy the elephant later.
Are you still on the Coney Island thing? Jesus.
I'm still shook by, like, I did not expect the story to go that direction.
Same, I mean, it's a Defunct Land documentary. It wasn't gonna mince words or hide unpleasant details, but I did not expect that at all.
But yeah, if you're gonna bounce, I'll let this finish exporting offline. Because I wouldn't have anything else really to say.
Yeah, between the Coney Island thing and the foot guy, I think you're out of bad topics to ambush me with, but I'm not gonna take the chance and I'm gonna bounce here later.
Deuces. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take off as well. We'll stream some actual gameplay next time, so y'all take care.